All right, I think we're good. Welcome back, everybody. We are officially back from RustConf. Ooh. Hey Xavier, how's it going? Let's see, I accidentally ran the game all night. Uh, Ended up spawning like 30 something thousand customers, which is kind of hilarious. Let's get the audio down there. So right now the game is kind of like, I guess, semi-functional. Can place stuff, can pick up, can drop off. I need to do WASD for navigation. Uh, Definitely. Especially if I'm going to do... Especially if I'm going to do like mouse click for interact here. The other thing is that this like wall in the middle doesn't need to be here at all. Doing okay-ish, could be better, could be worse. And you? Yeah, I feel that. I feel like I haven't recovered from like spending a week somewhere else doing something else, if you know what I mean. Like I got back and just tried to get back into the swing of things and just didn't get a lot done this week, I feel like. All right, so I guess we've got the inventory modal too, right? Forgot we did that. Is that on I? Yeah. So, hey Miner, how's it going? I feel like at some point soon here it's going to be time to be like, okay, is this even fun mechanics and whatnot? And let's start off today with doing the control changes. Because, oh, do I have stuff that I haven't committed? I do. GAU, get commit, modal warning count. Let's see, we've got leaf wings somewhere. What are we going to cook today? I don't know yet. I think we're going to start off with some control changes because the way we have the up, down, left, right movement happening right now is it's kind of like up, down, left, right, and also mouse click for controls. But I only have these bound to arrow keys. So like arrow keys are fine, but arrow keys are not where my hands are. You know? So I think we'll start off with just some control updates. Key S. So we're using Leafwing, which makes that super easy. All we have to do is insert a couple more A. I'm looking down, checking what WASD is, like I've never used it in my life. D, WASD, so that should work. So Leafwing is really nice. I know we've seen it on stream before, but basically like we've got this input map that we create associated with player actions. So we associate different kinds of input from different input types, including keyboards, gamepads, etc., with different actions, and then in our game we operate with those actions instead of the like key codes, which makes it much nicer to support like additional kinds of input, additional keys, the different things like that. So we should be able to run this. I should be able to WASD now. Hey Roberta, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, so now we've got WASD movement. I think that one of the things that I'd like to fix is the scaling of the game in general. I was thinking a little bit about it, and it does very much feel like I think we're scaling up the character 2x right now. And then we view kind of like a very large segment of the world. So I want to get our scaling corrected a little bit inside of Blender. When you prefer ESDF rather than WASD. I actually use ESDF too. If I'm being honest, like when I play like Fortnite, I have a Moonlander, so my like I have different layers that I can use. So I have a layer for like regular typing, and a layer for like symbols, and a layer for I don't know, like Minecraft, and a layer for Fortnite, and like stuff like that. And ESDF is what I use for Fortnite, especially since there's so many additional keys to hit. It's kind of tough to figure out like what a good control scheme is if you're doing Fortnite and you're doing building, because there's 4 keys for builds, there's 5 for weapons, then there's WASD, reload, traps are a thing. What else is there? Switching to your pickaxe. I don't know, some other stuff. Crouching, running. So, your pinky finger is out of your hands, man. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, shift. I can't do I don't know if it's just my hand, so like my hands are really big, right? Like I'm 7 feet, almost 7 feet tall. I'm 6'9". So like when I think about what do I have for scale here? Here's an AirPods case, or a Beats. This is a Beats Fit Pro case, right? And like, so my hands are gigantic, and that means that putting my pinky like under my hand is what I have to do to be able to hit like lower shift, like left shift. So left shift and that whole like bottom row, like ZX, really tough keys for me to hit, especially when I'm playing a game. Oh yeah. Also, if you've never seen a Moonlander, um, of course, I have one desktop open over here. Where's my? So this is my keyboard. A Digma Defy. What is a Digma Defy? Do you like the Defy better? Oh, that's a lot of thumb keys. I don't think my thumb can move under the C like that. Yeah, placing my thumb under C like that, it would be really tough for me. I think I would probably... V is okay, but I really like the positioning of the... like the bottom 3 keys here. Does this have a top-down view somewhere? Yeah, I like the positioning of these three keys here. I don't really use the red one. But like ZX for me and like this shift over here and like stuff like that are really tough for me to hit. I guess just an argument for, you know, control rebinding. Instant layout change, no flashing. Instant layout change. So how do you do the layout change then if there's no flashing? And just use the top rows. I don't know what you mean by just use the top rows. Bazacore. Oh yeah, so I mean it's just that they're flashing it for you, right? I guess it could be that they have software mapping inside of the firmware. Seems very similar though. It's cool. I don't think I could use these keys though. You can purchase the you can purchase split keyboard because of the price. You bought two 40% keyboards. Software with really good UI. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the I forget what it's called, or it's not Oryx. They have some new software that I barely use. It's not this. It's something else. Maybe it is Oryx. Anyway, they have a desktop app these days, and it shows you all your layouts and stuff. So, like Moonlander 2 or 3 years ago, definitely tougher to flash. Moonlander today, very easy to flash. But it seems very similar, the Defy. I just don't think I like that layout. You like 40% split, fingers only move one key away from home at max. Oh, like what's that other one they have here? Voyager? Like one of these kinds of things? I've never tried one of these. I don't know that I could use one of these either. I'm actually thinking of going back to more keys at some point because Blender, like learning Blender and also coming up with a keyboard mapping for Blender is really wild. Because like, oh, they don't even have a visualization on their site. That sucks. Maybe we'll try something random. Maybe this is a visualization. Nope, that's just a copy of the documentation. This is also just a copy of the documentation. Not clicking on Reddit on stream. Anyway, Blender is like, I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, use layers, but like, I need to use layers and also remember all of the different keys and layers and stuff. I think I would need 2 layers for Blender at the end of the day. Which is fine. It just takes longer to deal with. And I'm not a Blender expert at this point. At some point maybe I will be, hopefully. So So yeah, scaling. I want to fix the scaling. I feel like this wall should only be the size of the character, maybe a little bit more, especially for the isometric view. Um, so maybe we do another level right now. Yada yada yada. File, open recent. Oh, did I really name this test scenes? I think I did. Why did I name that test scenes? Anyway, so this is our level right now. You can see the light we have here. The blenvy integration gives us these components for visibility and whatnot. You can see that we have the additional platform over here where you receive items. And then the entryway is over here. That, I guess we don't have components on that. That's weird, right? View layer, yeah, view layer, customer spawner. Oh, the plane has it. Gotcha. Reload registry. Okay. That doesn't look great. Why is that missing? Where's our registry? So the registry for blenvy is a JSON file. Why do I have two of them? I feel like I should only have one. Am I committing this? Or did I put it in my get ignore? I didn't get ignore it, and it doesn't look like it updated. And I don't think this is a project I had the individual write out logic in, unless only write registry, cargo run. So this should run right out the registry and then exit the program. Makes me a little bit nervous that that registry file doesn't look like it changed. Let's see. Customer NPC spawner is right here, so it's in the registry. It is a component. And it is customer NPC spawner. And then why does this assets also have a registry is my question. This looks empty. Yeah, this looks like all default stuff, maybe avian stuff. I really can't scroll down fast enough to view all that, so I'm just gonna hack my scroll. See what's down here. Rigid body. That's the field stuff. So some of this is correct. This looks old in some sense, though. I think I'm just going to delete that file. Worst case scenario, that file gets regenerated. That is because it's an entirely generated file from our type registry. I just want to see if it gets generated right now. I feel like the directory there is wrong. Right, here's a bunch of materials. GLB, pink fabric, slate, whatever. Here's a bunch of materials. Oh, these are the, okay, yeah. I think this is the baked textures, if we want to use those. So I've baked some stuff out of Blender at different points during this project. I'm not really using any of them right now. I think they were all pretty much experiments. But that's what all of this stuff is. That's all baked textures and stuff. Normal maps, things like that. Okay. The Voyager. I feel like I'm doing a Moonlander ad now. Or like a whatever it's called there. A ZSA. So why is this not finding it? Assets registry.json. Reload. I feel like the path is messed up there for some reason, but I haven't been working with it often enough to know why at the moment. I feel like I've taken 2 weeks off and forgotten everything I knew. Can I remind you? Oh, yeah. You can definitely do that. Absolutely. If you see me just like clicking stuff to avoid the gizmo staying in the middle of the view. Oh, because when I do that, yeah, feel free. I am, like I said, I'm not a Blender expert by any means, so I'm more than happy to be reminded of different shortcuts. Okay, so we do have all of this stuff. Let's see, that's an empty? Why did I put an empty there? That's just a random empty with no... All right, so well, the first thing I want to do is make sure that saving this back out works. I think that in the grand scheme of things, we have to rely on documentation. Because like the way that we're doing this is effectively generate a bunch of components in Bevy's type registry, pull it over to Blender, use those manually, and then push that back to Bevy. So I think this is true for any game like this as well. Like you kind of just have to document what components you're using or what things you're using and where to put them. Otherwise, you kind of just don't get to remember, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna screenshot some of this stuff for the moment. Because worst case scenario, if I save this and it all messes up, then this will allow me to remember what I was using and where I was using it. I'll have to start writing I don't even know if you can include images in cargo docs, actually, now that I think about it. I know you, I feel like I know that you can, but I don't know how. Cargo docs images. That's not what I want. Cargo doc. Let's go for cargo doc. And then maybe this will show us more information. Because it's like markdown-ish. I think one thing I would like to do is make sure that I know in previous examples we've had, I have the like, what is it? The no zero documentation lint effectively. But I don't have that in this project right now. So that needs to be a thing that I implement. I think I'll figure that out later though. Maybe I can just run the docs, cargo doc in the background for the moment. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, so if I save this, hopefully we don't break everything. Does anyone know how to speed up the process of making animations in Blender? Xavier definitely knows Blender. First block the main positions, then animate between those, then add secondary movement. Still takes ages, but is the quicker way. Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah. Like instead of trying to do frame by frame, I don't even know how I would do frame by frame, honestly. Like doing, like if I wanted a 12 frame animation, and I didn't have an end position, or like I didn't have like the middle position, I don't know how I would do the in-between frames. It's just like guessing the length effectively. Or like guessing the end position almost. Okay, so this looks good for the most part in terms of functionality. Hey Das, how's it going? I've seen you around in Bevy making PRs and stuff. You think you were working frame by frame? Yeah, as somebody who has in the past done like an art degree and stuff, I don't know how I would do it. Like without at least a start and an end position, I don't know how I would do like a walk cycle, for example. I guess the start and the end position of a walk cycle are the same, but and then it's obvious like if you think about it that way, then you think about if you have start and end, then middle is also useful, and then middle of middle is also useful, and then middle of middle of middle is also useful, and then you end up with just like all 12. Hey Ryan, how's it going? Okay, so it doesn't look like we've broken anything yet. That's great. Love that. I will say that it didn't look like the inventory logic was working particularly well. So I think that's our fork. There's two forks here. One is that we start doing like better level design and better scaling of all of this. So right now it's basically just like a character controller for anybody that just joined. It's basically a character controller. This is theoretically a like shop that people can come into. So these little people coming in are customers. These little blue blocks represent like machines that do work, which you can drop things off into, as you can kind of see behind this. Is doing some work. It'll log out when it's done. and then we can pull this back in and then take this and give it back, and then they run away. So last week we did customer ID based items. The items that we have currently are just data, but I think I want to make them entities entirely. So we've got a full loop in the sense that like customers can come in, they come to this point, you can take their stuff from them, you can put it into different like machines, those machines do some work, you can get it back from the machines and give it back to the customer. One thing that we figured out last week, or one thing, not last week, 2 weeks ago, this is like a really low tier inventory identifier. So I'm holding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items right now. One thing that's really awkward about the inventory system is that you can't really tell what kinds of items you have and whether they've been processed. And you can get stuck in a situation where you have like a couple of items from a bunch of different customers. That shouldn't be as much of an issue as we move into like separating out these customers and stuff. But the ability to drop items like on the floor or whatever is going to be very important. And I imagine that as being a very physical kind of thing. Like you can just kind of pop them out of your inventory and they like scale in and then drop on the floor. So the big things are level and art are extremely lacking. So I need to spend a bunch of time on that stuff. So I could fix the scaling today, because if we run the game, the scale of the character, I think we have it at 2x right now, which means the camera is both very far away and probably showing too much of the surrounding area. And then these like blockouts are also way too big. And that's pretty obvious because these boxes, the blue boxes, are 1x1 boxes or 2x1 boxes. I forget. But they're like, this is the size of a one by one kind of thing. So if you think about the size of the character, like that's what we should be able to show. And I feel like we should be way further zoomed in on that. Did it again. Can't remember for my life to do that shortcut. Okay, so let's see. New scene. We'll create a new scene. This will be, I don't know, level 2, we'll call it. Are we cleaning clothes yet? We can clean clothes in general. The whole cycle of customers dropping stuff off, you picking them up, putting them into machines, it doing work, and you giving them back, all works. All of that works. So let's start off with, I think, a plane in here, right? There's a shortcut for that, isn't there? So the other thing that's really strange about Blender is that it does like, what is it, 2x1s or whatever? Are you making a more complete scene next, Jen? Yeah, so the big thing that I want to fix, because we have to get a start on actually doing art for this, right? Like actually doing the proper scaling of things specifically is the thing that I want to try to fix. So I want to build out a scene that is properly scaled, because we have mechanics that work. They aren't the best mechanics. They aren't fully polished, et cetera, et cetera. But before we go through and like polish programming and mechanics and stuff like that, I want to make sure that we can actually build a level that looks like it should exist in the world. So not just a more complete level, but a better scaled level, right? The completeness of the level isn't really what I'm concerned with. The scaling absolutely is. So if we think about this, this is like 2 by 2 by default. So if we scale that up, I guess like 10x. I don't really know how big I want this to be. The plane size doesn't really matter that much. So let's do scale by like 20 and just make it really big. You've been playing around with blenvy this past week. Love the potential of the workflow. Pretty new to Bevy and Blender though, so it's tough. Yeah, I could see that. But watching somebody else working in it is great. So appreciate the stream. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad it's helpful. Would this be white boxing? I would term it like gray boxing, more or less, because we don't have any like we're not really doing materials. We're not really doing the art. We're not really doing any of that kind of stuff. So the way that I think about like the current state of the game is this is like pre-gray box almost. Like I haven't done any of the art. I've just identified some positions. The plane or the meshes that you see here are actually not going to be visible in the actual game, right? So this is like a step before gray boxing, I feel like. Whereas what I'm about to do is more like gray boxing. Object, apply, scale. So I'll name this floor 3. And then we also don't have, I haven't identified spawning locations for the player either. I wonder if we should do that at some point. I mean, we should do that at some point, but like, I wonder if that's useful to do now. The one thing that is weird about the plane is that then we lose all sense of scale. So the next thing that I want to do is grab the character and drop it in here. Because I want to scale the entire environment off the size of the character effectively. And I'm assuming the character is like a little bit higher than 1 block. Where's my character? Also, these characters are not mine in the sense that they are from an asset kit from Kenny. And I'm planning on completely replacing them. They have been nice to work with to deal with the animation and stuff, though. Reveal. Drag this over here, maybe. Some applications just don't like to work with things like you buy. So drag this in, package images. I don't think I'm going to actually use this. I think we're still going to pull it in from the GLTF. So I'm not too concerned about these import settings. But that's our scale model, effectively. Could I do a Leptos Rust stream for creating a CMS from scratch with auth and everything? I could probably do a video on that. I don't know that it makes sense as a stream. Doing a whole CMS is a little bit much, I feel like. Like doing a basic, like, hey, you can submit a form, sure. But doing an entire CMS, I'm not sure about that. Okay. And then we have some other like random stuff in here. Let's just say one of these is going to be prizes, vending machine. Let's see what a vending machine size is. I guess we'll just maximize this. Okay, so I think these are decent for scale purposes. These aren't really things that I want to kind of keep around forever. But if we do add mesh cube, you can see how that's 2x the size of our character. And that's because Blender does 2 by 2 by 2 cubes by default and not 1 by 1 by 1. So we scale this by 0.5. Did I hit the right keys? I don't think so. So that's a 1 by 1 by 1 cube. And then escape, grab, Z up, 1? No, 0.5. So that would place it theoretically on the floor, so to speak. So that's a cube, right? Not Z, X. And that's our character. I think those are the roughly the sizes that I want, like proportionally. I want the walls of like rooms to be about that size. I don't want them to be too much bigger because we're trying to use an isometric perspective. So I want you to be able to like see into things without needing to like do like through ceiling opacity viewing. Like I don't really want to implement that right now. So I'm thinking like a cube height is going to be a wall height, and then our character will be a little bit less than the wall height or like approximately wall height. My guess is that I scale this up a little bit when I make my own character. Back on Leptos topic, then just approach a stream for it. It would be a short one, like how to do auth, how to use Leptos with Rust, what DB to use. I mean, I can just, like, there's an example in the Leptos repo if that's really what you're looking for, you know? Right. Where is auth? They used to have an auth example in here. Maybe they got rid of it. Interesting. I don't see it anymore. I wonder if they got rid of all the third-party stuff, or if it's on the 0.7 branch. There's a beta release in progress, and the main branch is 0.7 effectively. So I wonder if they got rid of some of the examples in that. Yeah, okay. So session auth, SSO auth. If you go into session auth, it'll have the whole example for auth and stuff. This is 0.6. 0.7 is about to release. I'm really going to do Leptos stuff when 0.7 actually releases. But like, it has the crates in here. So Leptos 0.6 branch, session auth Axum, or the other one are the basic places to look. And then I would use SQLX and like some MySQL. So either, what's that? Neon is the Postgres hosting? I think it's neon. Can't remember. There's a couple of hosted serverless quote unquote Postgres at this point. You're not using a physics engine for this game. I'm using Avian, actually. Does the chat also eat paths to GitHub that aren't full URLs? I don't know the answer to that. I would assume if you've tried, then the answer is yes, because I haven't seen anything pop through that would be a URL-like thing. Yeah, you've mentioned the edit mode stuff before. So Xavier is significantly more experienced in Blender than I am, and it has provided some great context and insights. So if we go to edit mode and we do the scaling, apparently we don't need to apply it, which is something that I need to do. What were you trying to link to? Were you trying to link to the Leptos stuff? Or were you trying to link to some Bevy stuff? But yeah, Ryan, I am using a physics engine. It is Avian. I'm using Avian because it works the best with blenvy, quite honestly. It's not that Rapier can't work with blenvy. It's just that the people who are working on blenvy also happen to use Avian, so the integration is better. Very specifically, if we go to blenvy and we look for collider, why can't I remember what it's called? Collider constructor. Collider constructor is the component that you're looking for, and then you get this drop-down list of like stuff that is very basic that you might want to put onto something, or also like convex hull and tri-mesh and stuff like that from the actual meshes, which are really, really good. Mostly just for collision detection. So the character controller that we're using, so to start out with, is a dynamic character controller. So the character controller that powers the character running around here and jumping and doing all of this stuff, and falling, for example, that's all physics powered. So that's Bevy Tenua, which I always feel like I'm messing up whenever I say it. Floating character controller for Bevy, and this has integration with 2D and 3D, Avian and Rapier. It is absolutely, the way I would phrase it is it's pretty comprehensive, and it has the complexity that you would expect from something that is pretty comprehensive. It is, yeah, from the Bevy Jam videos, I wish I had gotten used to Bevy Tenua before the jam. Because even just looking at the animation code is like, I guess 360 lines right now. I think it was more during the jam. And then there's also controls and stuff. And it just turned out to be like at least half the project at the time. So I think the complexity is valid, right? There's like coyote chime, jump buffer, all things you like just strictly want. Variable height jumping, probably also want. You don't necessarily need like running, jumping, and crouching, but like slopes up and down, tilt correction, floating character controller, all of that kind of stuff. I mean, you can build it yourself, obviously. And there are references down at the bottom for how they decided to make these things, including the YouTube videos they used. But it is nice to just have something. So we're using Avian then for sensors. So the places that characters stand are all sensors. I guess I can show that in What is GLTF not exported? Huh? This is something I've never seen before. I don't even know where that is or what that is. Interesting. Very interesting. It's interesting that the clicking the I button on, I guess children aren't necessarily handled with that. That's interesting. That's fine. We're just using it for scale anyway. Yeah. So Bevy tuna, great. Avian, really great. The let's see, level 1. No, I don't want to rename this. I want to go to level 1. Oh, I should rename it to match the other one. So the platforms like this thing here, this is just a sensor for, gotta stop clicking that button. This is a sensor with a collider constructor and a specific size that matches the mesh. And then some components on it. So it's an avian 3D collider, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing for this one, same thing for this one. They're all sensors. For this one, we're also using it to sample from to do spawning. Children inherit the parents' visibility normally. Yeah, I guess I might have messed something up there. I started using dashes, so let's use dashes. A great question is, so this is level 2 or whatever, right? I don't know how to include something like this without it being rendered. So floor, vending machine, cube, right? On the floor, if we look back at our collection over here, interesting that I made that a cube. We've got convex hull from mesh on the mesh and a static rigid body. So I'm just gonna repeat that here. We'll add this convex hull from mesh and a rigid body. We'll make that static. I think actually I have collision, I have like collider group. I forget what I called it. Collision layer? It's not collision layers, because collision layers is the raw version of it. Forget what I called this. Name from Blender, collision grouping. So I can make this part of the environment, which should make it not collide with other things that are part of the environment. That should have given us a GLB. So let's make sure we got that. Assets, not blueprints, but levels. See, this is the... This is the thing I'm concerned about. It looks like we didn't get our level rendered out there. Thanks for showing me all that. Yeah, of course. Objects can be in multiple view layers, so it can be weird. Yeah, I could see that. So my guess is that having this imported stuff is not what we want. Head mesh here, we'll delete that. I don't know if the vending machine is causing an issue. Typically, I run blenvy with a terminal open so that I can see things like this and make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So maybe we do that. Maybe I make sure that we're doing that. Let's quit Blender for the moment. And I will pull it back up via CLI. Applications with debug. So now we have Blender, but we have Blender with the, and I'm going to make this stuff really small because there's a lot of output here. So apologies for the stream because it's going to be hard to read. It is hard to read for me as well. So let's open this back up. We're looking at level 2 here. If I save this, we should see some kind of error. Hey Trent, how's it going? So we've got the cube, we've got random QBaker stuff, dry run. I don't see any errors. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Actually, this isn't an error. This is a user error. This is entirely my fault. Why is the N key not working? So in blenvy, one of the things you do have to do whenever you create a new level is add it to the list of levels. It does not do this automatically for you. So now we can save that, and now we should get our GLB. Yeah, okay. So we've got the GLB here. We've got the meta file. Meta file has nothing in it. That's fine. Where are we deciding which level to spawn? Game scene, probably. I have some of these like features for spawning like the sacrificial level. One of the things that I've noticed with blenvy specifically is that if you're working with third-party add-ons and third-party tools, sometimes that could cause issues. So if you're working with, I use QuickBaker, and then the other one is Blender Kit I also have installed into Blender. And if I use a material that is faulty or a material that doesn't export, or sometimes because Blender Kit includes like an author's entire life, like their entire Wikipedia page inside of every material, you can end up with like unparsable UTF-8 data from Rust's perspective in that metadata, and there's no way to turn it off. So one thing that I do intentionally is if I'm working with materials or I'm working with anything that I expect to be awkward or potentially an issue, I do it in this extra sacrificial scene. And that's just another level. So that's this scene right here. You can see I've got 2 lights, a cube, a plane, whatever. And like this uses pink fabric from Blender Kit, which is, you know, will that work when I choose it from Blender Kit or not? Who knows? So that's why I did it in the sacrificial scene. That allows me to, if anything goes wrong, usually the fix is just destroy the sacrificial scene and then recreate a new like temporary sacrificial scene. Very, very useful. Things go wrong a lot less than they did when I started using blenvy, but I started using it before there was even like a release and a PR. So There's this icosphere again. Where did that come from? Okay, so level 2. I guess I can make that smaller. Level 2. This is spawn sacrifice. This is not spawn sacrifice. I guess I should really have like a CLI argument for which level to spawn. Rather than doing it like this. But this should spawn in the extra stuff. So you can see that our character is significantly bigger than the cube inside of our game because we're scaling it up by 2. So that's something that I definitely want to fix. And then that will lead to camera changes. So we'll zoom in more. Our virtual grid is not Blender related. We just spawn that in ourselves. And it does happen to be on 0, 0, so that's why it looks really awkward there. But it is nice to see that the like little vending machine there works. Like that is totally valid. We can just drag random GLTF stuff into Blender and then get it into Bevy, or drag it into Blender using blenvy and get it into Bevy really easily. It's a lot of BEY words. So that's the size of our vending machine, which is a little bit less than a cube, which is I think is what I want. This is a 1x1 cube again for anybody that joined late. Okay, so we don't have any customers spawning or anything. I think that we could probably replace our blue cube with this vending machine. And I think that we can just do that inside of... So there are levels and libraries in blenvy, right? This is our like machine object or whatever, right? I think that I need to go into, for this particular one, I need to go into edit mode and place that, what's the height on this? This is 1.5Z. So I think we'll do grab Z 0.75. So that'll raise it up so that the floor is at the floor. But one thing we can do here, instead of, do we still have the thing behind this? No. $50 bajillion Finder windows later. I feel like sometimes VS Code, when I click on it, doesn't like accept the click, if that makes sense. To be fair, I only use VS Code because it's like easier to see what I'm doing on stream, but okay, so assets, characters, arcade, vending machine. So I'm going to take this and put this in here, import. Assign to switch to NVim. I probably won't switch to NVim at any point soon. Like I already, so before I really started making videos and streaming and stuff a lot, I was actually an Emacs user, and I was a Vim user before Emacs. So, actually, if you really want to know what I do off stream, is I boot up my Emacs daemon and let's see, Emacs. I open my Emacs client, and this is my dashboard for doing all of my like authoring of stuff. So let's see, what do I have here that I already wrote in? So I'm working on like an intro to Bevy video. So I have that all in org mode in Emacs because I find it significantly more productive to write inside of like Emacs than I do VS Code or Notion or anything like that. So this is called machine object. We're spawning in washing machine. Let's make sure we have the right components. Looks like we don't actually have any components on this other than the root. So where is the vending machine? There's the vending machine. Let's bring the vending machine up and drop it inside of this collection. And then I actually don't know how to make sure that this is the only thing that exports there. But we'll find out together, I guess. Isn't Emacs heavier on resources than NVim? I mean, like, heavy in the 1980s sense. Yeah. Like, heavier if you're running on a common Lisp machine, you know? Not exactly heavy by modern standards. I bet you VS Code is heavier than either of them combined. So I guess I'll delete this machine object. I don't know how to put something in here and keep it inside of Blender, but not export it to the GLTF file. I will have to figure that out at some point. So virtual grid, click. And now these things are like very, very small. Is Emacs still single threaded? I remember having to switch to plain mode if you wanted to paste in a bunch of text. I mean, both of the editors have issues with like extremely large things, right? Like if you have one line that has, you know, megabytes worth of data, etc., that's going to be tough for both of them, right? I don't think that it's really that interesting to do a performance comparison of Vim and Emacs or NeoVim and Vim and Emacs. Because at that point, you're kind of like already past the point of you're beating everything else. Never used VS Code or Emacs, just know V, Vim, and NVim. I mean, Vim is great, right? Like NVim, like if you really like modal editing and you don't want to do configuration of those keys and stuff yourself, like NeoVim is great. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't use it, you know? I just happen to be a person who likes Lisp and I like Emacs in general. Pretty sure you could run 10 instances of each for one of VS Code. Yeah, I don't know. I'd also like, I'm not a huge person who's like, hey, oh, dang, all these Electron apps or whatever. I would rather have people build apps than have them not build them because they can't figure out how to make them super efficient, you know? Okay, so that gets us that. I believe that we lose. It looks like we lost the materials there, interestingly. And also, this is why I do warnings, y'all. If you've ever seen me like do that extended like let else situation, I guess what file is this in? Customer NPC. And this is expected exactly. So if you see me do this like extended let okay else warn kind of vibe, this is why I do that, because we built a second Blender level and that shouldn't crash the application, right? While we're building a new level up. So maybe this could be like info once or warn once instead of warn every time. But like I don't want it to crash, you know? You're a Helix user after NeoVim. I've heard some good things about Helix recently. Last time I tried it was a long time ago. So there's a distinct difference between those two. One of these is a blueprint and one of these is in the level. I don't think that... I don't think we're moving the camera with a system, so I can just kind of like zoom it in here. It might be a little awkward because we actually aren't using an orthographic camera. We're using a perspective camera. Not frustum. Not projection. I don't think I want transform. So let's do, oh man, moving this is going to be kind of awful. Oh, sick. Okay. Actually, it's not that bad. So Bevy Inspector eGUI, really nice, really useful. Obviously the blur is really weird when we do such a shallow FOV. But notice that it seems like the blueprint we have doesn't have the materials on it. Compared to the vending machine that we have in the level. And I'm wondering why that is at the moment. I feel like our collider should always match the grid though, so maybe we should scale up that vending machine a little bit. But one thing that I do want to do is finish the warn onces here. Cool. And then I want to go to the player, which I think we have in lib right now. I don't think I created a bundle. If we wait long enough, I won't have to create a bundle. I can just create a required component. Only a month out from not having to create the bundle. Maybe adding the material as a blueprint itself too, just guessing. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the materials there. Because it works in the level, it's probably just like, I have some warning spam here that I just got rid of. So I anticipate that we'll see like either missed a material load or something like that, which is fine. So this is our player here. We are scaling somewhere. PBR bundle cylinder. Yep. Cylinder observe. Collision layers, inventory, collider capsule. Are we not scaling? I thought we did scale this. Huh. That would be really weird. No, we are scaling. Here. We're scaling here. That is exactly what Xavier warned us about 3 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, whatever it was, when we first did that. Yes, that is exact. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. That is exactly it. So you see we're getting smaller and smaller here. We're going to have to fix the camera at some point. I don't think we want -1 now. I think we can get away with like 0.5, right? I still think that's too big if I remember correctly. Oh, we have to bring it down? That's the collider issue then. Collider capsule 0.51. So this should be 0.5 now? Maybe less? You might like Helix when they released their plugin support. Last time I read they were using an in-house version of Scheme as the plugin length. That's cool. I definitely like editors that I can build up a bunch of stuff for, if that makes sense. Like the ability to modify my editing environment is really important to me. All right, let's get this camera in a little bit and check out these. You know what we don't have enabled actually? I don't think we have the collider debug enabled. Let's do that first. I think game scene is our monolithic thing right now. We've done almost all of this development on stream at this point, so yes, there is definitely a aspect of I need to refactor some of this stuff. All right, very clear that that's our issue, at least. Oh, the floating point as well for the controller. So let's get projection. What were we at? Like 0.8 or something like that. 0.8. There we go. And we'll transform a little bit. And Vim using Lua instead of VimScript is so nice. Yes. I think that Lua over VimScript was a great choice. For sure. So the capsule that we're using for the player is way too big. And also, it's floating way too high. I think the floating is a Bevy to Nua thing, but the capsule is something that we need to fix as well. Where's our collider here? There's our collider. Collider is not registered in the type registry. Well, guess we're not doing that inside of inside of the inspector. Tenua controller is also not registered. Well, rip. Guess we're doing this over here. So, transform. Rigid body dynamic. Our transform is something that, so the player falls into the level right now. So we just start them like extremely high. We could probably start them somewhere closer. Make that happen a little bit faster. This needs to be, I think we halved the size effectively. So 0.25, 0.5, but the height was also too big. So maybe something like that. The sensor shape, I believe this needs to be just lower than the X value. So I think we need to go with 11 here. The idea of a 0 height sensor really is strange to me. But it's not the first time I've seen that. With children, cylinder, mesh, that looks good. Transform probably needs to change on the cylinder, but I'm not too worried about that yet. X, Y, yep. Cool. That should give us a little bit of a better outcome. Lazy Vim is a nice Neo Vim config with a lot of functionality. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that, right? There's a lot of, wow, that is still too high. Let me set our camera. Camera 3D is not in here. I think we have a camera. Yeah, here's our camera. We'll do this. We will, I don't remember what the transform is. Maybe we'll have to change that. Camera 3D transform. Move this way, move this way. Yeet. You can jump 8 times our height now. You can jump so high that the block below it goes out of the depth of field. Actually hilarious. Okay, so character is way too high, right? Why is the character way too high is the question. So let's go to our player scene. I don't think that we get to... I don't think we get to do this in here. I should have looked at this transform. That's why it's why I was in there. Dang. Okay. Anyway. It's my ADHD kicking in. Can't remember what I was doing right after I run the program. Commands, player assets, 10. This is not the offset. So we've got collider here. We've got avian 3D sensor here. The controller bundle might have the offset, the vertical offset. Let's take a look at that, I suppose. Which is easiest to do by just filling. Controller, motor, rigid body tracker, proximity sensor. Bevy Tnua. Why does this not mention avian? Am I using main? Okay, Tnua. No, we're using a release version, 0.19. 0.19. I guess they still just mention XPBD. Okay, so the question is, this is a floating character controller and we're floating too high. I assume that's because there's our float height. The built-in walk basis. Which I think we define in controls. There's our built-in walk. This is our float height. It's really weird to have that in such like a random like other location. Float height must be greater, even if by a little, from the distance between the character's center and the lowest point of its collider. So if our collider is 0.25, then this has to be like 0.3. Vim script is torture. Could be worse. Could be much worse. Okay. I feel like we don't want to touch the float height, actually. I feel like we want to modify the location of the collider or the height of the collider. So the collider then, let's make, but if we modify the collider, then we also have to modify that. That's really awkward and annoying. Where did we say that was? Controls. Okay, so we've got our float height here. I guess because we raised the collider capsule, we also need to raise the float height each time we do that. I always forget if collider capsule is half height or not. I think it is. Okay, that looks more reasonable. And then the rooms you run into will be like that height, which seems right. So let's do, what is the speed? Desired velocity. So let's go back into controls. Maybe use const var instead of having to modify code all over to respect an invariant. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we could do that. So we'll make this player collider height. I'll just dump this in the top for now. I assume that's an F32. I actually don't know offhand. And then this will be... I feel like I don't want to separate them, so I'm going to do pub const player floating height. And then I'll just add this. And then I'll use this variable in the other one. I'll import it. I don't like the idea of separating them. So since the whole point of using const is to not separate them. Const player height equals 0.5. Oh, you're still referring to before I wrote this. Yeah. So that should work. Let's run that to make sure. I like that change. I think it would be interesting to... I did mess it up. How did I mess it up? I messed it up by doing too much. Yes, absolutely. I like that it looks like you're bouncing off the ground when you spawn in now. Okay. Now, because we've scaled everything down, we're running maybe a little quickly. Like this feels like almost a sprint speed, but I'm very much okay with that, I think. We do need to decide what to do with the camera in terms of like how big we're actually going to make it. So let's do maybe a little bit zoomed in, but not as much zoomed in as we were. Still think we need to go a little bit bigger. I don't know. This is something that I'll be able to like mess around with a little bit more once we have a little bit more of a level built out. I do feel like I know we're running in debug mode, but it does slow down quite a bit at 4K. Oh, actually, something else that I have on my screen. I think I'm going to do this as a demo for a video. This is something that I was kind of like messing with like on Thursday. This is low poly procedural terrain with a depth prepass based water shader, depth of field, and an environment map and environment lighting with vertex colors. And I feel like this covers like a decent amount of functionality that people kind of feel is opaque. So I think this is going to be a video next week. It's not that much code, 250 lines, mostly, I think like mostly material extension, vertex colors, some Perlin noise, and then like lighting. So it's like not even that much stuff. It just is really awkward. Especially if you don't know what you're doing yet. Like, let's see. Can I run this and show this? And then I think, I haven't checked this since I added the environment light, but I believe that it will look significantly more flat without the normals. Right, like this, all the terrain looks like one color when you don't compute the normals. But when we do compute the normals, you kind of get a little bit more of the shading in. It's a little bit hard to see. But you can notice it especially like in that line right up there. I also think I might have the environment light blasting it out, but the environment map is something that people ask about all the time. The, like, how do I do, you know, low poly land is something that I feel like a lot of people struggle with. Even though it's just like getting the vertices, modifying them, and then adding vertex colors in that example. I feel like people who are newer have trouble figuring out how to do that. All right, so we don't have collider on the vending machine. We don't have collider on the cube. We do have kind of like a better, oh, we need to raise the cylinder. So the cylinder is an indication that you're too far away from a machine that you're trying to use. Customer game. Should really put player into its own plugin. Player scene bundle with children. So we've got a PBR bundle that is a sensor with a collider. The collider is 3 wide. I think 3 is probably too much at this point because we've scaled everything down, so maybe 1.5. And then the transform on that is going to be from the center, which we've set at 0.45, right? Actually, the height is maybe negative 0.2 would be the right size. I don't know. We can play around with that. I need a debug camera for a better view of the player anyway. So maybe we'll do that at some point. Oh, the mesh needs to be 1.5 to match the collider. The half height is 0.5, 0.1. Maybe we make those a little bit smaller. That's -2. That's way too much down, though. Negative 0.02. Is that right? Yeah, negative 0.2. That's what I meant to do, anyway. Whether it's correct or not is a completely different. You think using a const for all of those values as well to associate them? So now if we do virtual grid, we place something here, right? And then run away. When we hit that, it's like, hey, you're too far away. Wow, that field of view is really wild. So maybe we do something else. You can actually like blur that whole thing out. That's hilarious. Yeah, I guess I don't really need a const here because it's not going to be exported. So we'll just use a variable local. The other thing is like doing math on floats is not my idea of a good time. So and this is kind of arbitrary in Magic. I guess we could try and see if, what is it, player. Like this is technically not the right variable to use though, the player collider height. It's actually the height of the player mesh that we would want. So I'm just going to do this. Let player half height guessed equals 0.2. And then we don't have any magic numbers here. Make sure that this all works. We don't have player height though, Xavier. Also, the player height is the collider height, not the mesh height. So we don't actually have the height for that calculation, and using the collider height is the wrong value. So I think I'm good with that. Our blueprint still doesn't have the materials on it. So let's see if we've got something in our logs here. We actually need to spawn something, so enter all of that. Click. GLTF node, even though, oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, okay. So this error is because we're loading another GLTF file now. Because we're doing the animation stuff. If the value comes from a Blender model, this complicates things. It doesn't even come from the Blender model, right? It is the like midpoint. I guess it comes from the GLTF, so it would come from the Blender model, but it's the midpoint, right? I think that when I do a manual implementation of the player, what I'm actually going to do is set an empty at the feet and set an empty at the midpoint, and then we'll use the foot position to attach that, right? So we actually won't even set that. It'll just be attached to the empty that is the feet. So I think that problem will fix itself in the future. So I'm not going to put too much effort into like wiring up the values correctly, because that will be fine. Washing machine, blueprints, type registration, cleaned up, component, materials file, color map. One of the things with older versions of blenvy, I believe this is fixed on main, I just haven't updated in a week or two. or longer than that, I think. One of the things is that materials, so we've got the color materials in here, right? GLB 1, 2. I guess this is only looking for 2. I don't know where 1 is coming from. My guess is these are all actually the same and they're imports from the Blender stuff. But one of the things that I've done for materials is I've been dropping my materials into Bevy Asset Loader to make sure that they have been preloaded when I think they've been preloaded. Because otherwise, Bevy Asset Loader does try to do its own loading of stuff. And I think this might have negative implications for the web, but I'm not planning on shipping this on the web, so I'm not worried about that at the moment. And the negative implication would be Bevy Asset Loader goes, looks for this, hits an HTTP request to go see if it's correct, and has to download it. And I think this is web specific, but I believe if you do another request for it, it will also have to download it. Like, you don't get a choice. So now the materials are all here on our new vending machine here. So it was just a matter of preloading the materials using Bevy Asset Loader because they're all stuffed into different GLBs, which are binary GLTF files. I believe we should move the camera a little bit. I feel like it should be at the center point at least. Do something more like 97 for both. And we'll get a little bit more of a centered camera. I do think that we need to change the field of, not the field of view specifically, but the depth of field settings are effectively wrong now. I don't know. I still feel like the character feels very small in this world. I guess I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, but on the repo, there are milestones for 0.14.3 and 0.15. Do you think we'll get a 0.14.3 before 0.15? If there's a milestone for it, yeah. Absolutely. Let's see. Pull requests, milestones. Yeah. And this is very small too. So looks like this GPU culling, justify center. Yeah. Looks like these are pretty reasonable too. Retina screen double scaling factors is annoying to deal with. But But yeah, I believe that we'll get a 0.14.3. These bugs will get fixed. It doesn't seem like that much in there. 0.15 is still like a month or two out, I feel like. The cooler retain rendering world. I didn't see this PR go up. That's hilarious. There's been a lot of work going into switching some of the rendering stuff. This is a very large PR with a very lot of work going into it. I hope we can get that merged. Okay, so we've got a new environment. I'm not super happy with everything, but we've changed the scale a little bit. We've changed the look of the washing machines easily using blenvy. We don't have any materials on anything, so it still looks a little weird. But everything still works. So I guess let's do a little bit more Blender stuff. I'll commit to make sure that this all gets saved. GA assets levels, GA assets materials. The one thing about working with Blender stuff that I haven't quite figured out is what the hell to do with all of the GLBs. Honestly, like, I feel like there's two options. One is that you could force people to open the Blender file and then like write out all the GLBs every time they want to work on the repo. Or you could commit them. I don't know. I feel I'm like 50-50 on everything there. And it's actually a problem that I really want to solve at some point, because as I get into doing more 3D stuff, I'm going to want to make more 3D repos for people to learn from. And what do I do with the assets, especially if they're big assets? Especially if, like, imagine I do something with meshlets, right? Meshlets are too big for the core Bevy repo to like have around. So like, what do you do to like get a meshlet processed mesh into the right spot so that somebody can actually run it? Don't judge me for my personal commit messages. But yeah, I know a lot of people use like not Git for binary assets and stuff, but I don't know. Okay, so we've got vending machine replacement. We've got level 2. I feel like if we take this cube and maybe we make it the walls. So if we do like, what size room? 10 by 10, maybe 5 by 5. I guess let's start out with a 5 by 5 room. So we should be able to scale these into position. So let's do edit mode. Let's do scale X. Is 10 the right size? I think 10 might be the right size. Is it 10 plus 1? If I put that at 5 and I put that at 5, there, the center point's at 5. Yeah, so the center point's hit there. I guess I will undo this for a second, and I'll do scale x11, which should give us the right sizing on both sides, and then we'll scale y9 here, I guess. Oop, not 19, 9. And then scale y9, and that gives us kind of like a room, more or less. Classic off by 1, acceptable enough for you. And then this machine we probably don't need anymore. Let's save this out for a moment. These all need colliders on them. I actually don't know offhand if I can add a collider constructor to all of them. Do I have a sphere on these? Weird. That's not what I was expecting. Anyway. Let's do collider constructor. I guess try mesh from mesh. And then each of these needs to be in the environment grouping. So basically I created a, oh, what happened there? Oh, right, the sphere here on the root can go away. So collider constructor, collision grouping. I think that I still need to add the rigid body, which will be static for these, which I think is the default. No, it's dynamic. So we should be able to run that. Oh, not git push. Should be able to run that and have a little environment. We should be able to not run through these walls. I'm thinking about getting rid of jump as a mechanic. Yeah, and totally. Because like it's kind of weird to be able to just like jump into the next room. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We also don't have anything like specific about the grid, so we can kind of just like set up whatever. We're not in the right spot. These are also maybe a little bit smaller than they should be. I don't know, TBD. I think the player is going to get a little bit bigger, so maybe we scale those up a little bit. It fits the grid to be a little bit bigger too. So with that, we can do, I don't know, maybe another room next to it. The depth of field is really too intense right now, so definitely going to get rid of that at some point. Frustum projection. I can't remember where scaling goes, like scale mode. That's really what I want. Instead of modifying the perspective, we should be modifying the scale mode. So like the FOV shouldn't change here, but the scale mode should. Where's our scale mode? Do we have a scale mode? Did I forget to set a scale? Did I not set a scale mode already? Weird. Okay. That's something I should have done. Camera 3D. Not camera 3D. Camera 3D bundle. That's on the projection, right? Tone mapping, projection, perspective. I guess it's not. I guess the scale mode is only an orthographic thing, isn't it? Yeah. So I guess the FOV is what we need to change. Unfortunately, that really mucks with the depth of field, so I guess we just need to mess with the depth of field settings to make that no longer an issue. That's fine. We can leave it like that. If that's the case, maybe we want to make that even a little bit bigger. Modeling all the walls with a single object with only faces and a solidify modifier would probably be easier, but would also probably mess with the collision detection concave object. Yeah, I decided to go with something simple to start with. And then as I get into doing like materials and actual rooms and things inside of these rooms, then I will get more into doing more blendery stuff. What is going on there? Oh, I duplicated the floor. Delete. Save. Whoops. Yeah, the type in orthographic projection is called scaling mode. Yeah. We don't have an orthographic though, which I forgot. We did a perspective projection zoomed way the hell out so that we could get that depth of field, which honestly, I'm not sure that I'm going to keep the depth of field. We might go back to an orthographic and just ditch depth of field. So we need somewhere for players to spawn, right? In this case, that's customer spawner. Can I just copy this? Where's the viewy thing? This one. No, this one. Scenes. So we should be able to take one of these, scene collection, objects. Hopefully I can just like apparently not. I don't want it as an asset, so I guess we'll just deal with the fact that we need to recreate it. I don't think it has too much stuff on it. I think it has customer NPC spawner. So let's go back to level 2. Let's go into where are we going to spawn the people? Anywhere, probably. So we'll add a mesh that is a plane. I think we will. How do I confirm that? Anyway, let's scale 0.5 and then scale X 10 maybe. I don't know. This is supposed to be a doorway-ish kind of thing. So we'll grab this on not the Z in object mode. We'll grab this on Y and we'll do something way over here. And then we need to put some names on this before I forget everything. Customer NPC spawner. I guess I could theoretically just make this an asset and then bring it in and resize it. Because all it is an invisible plane, right? So instead of doing, I don't know how I would scale the mesh appropriately if it was an asset though. Because I want to apply the scaling. So I don't know. We'll just keep going. For this, we want customer NPC spawner. Add. Save. So now we should spawn NPCs. I don't think they'll go anywhere. It's a little bit out of frame. You can have an object be part of multiple scenes, just like having part of multiple collections, but it can be weird if moving, parroting, editing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. The part of like, yes, I can have the same object in multiple scenes. Yes, I can have a blueprint of an object with some components and stuff on it. But if I want it to be a different size and I want to apply those transforms, I don't see how that would be easy. So I'm just going to keep redoing it, I guess. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, so plain NPC spawner. We also need a place for them to go, which is the drop-off sensor. So sensor, collider constructor, customer drop-off location. That's going to be another mesh. And we'll go back into edit mode. We'll scale this down. And then I think we'll leave it that size. We will move it. I always forget my axes. Like to here, to the front of the store, maybe. And then this will be customer drop off. This will be, I think we put these on the container for this, right? Yeah. Nothing on the plane because we're not actually using the mesh data. So we need sensor, collider constructor, and drop off location. So let's start with drop off location. Let's also add sensor. The other interesting thing is that once required components drops, blenvy actually gets easier. because we can specify customer drop-off location and then specify sensor as a required component. Which means that we won't need to specify all of this additional stuff, which is really nice, actually. And required components is coming in 0.15. So that'll only be like a month or two away. And then we'll be able to clean up a lot of this Blender blenvy code. So we need the collider constructor, right? And for this, it's going to be I guess a cuboid. And these are Bevy coordinates inside of the component. So it's a little bit awkward because we get XYZ and Blender coordinates outside of these components for everything else that we do. And then in these components, it is Bevy. So if we say something about the Y, then that'll be vertical. Let's just try doing a 0 height. I don't know inherently that that will work. But theoretically, that should be enough to get a character running in. Yep, there they go. They made it really fast. Also, our depth of field is messed up. I feel like they're spawning in the wrong place. I definitely have some scaling that I didn't apply. So let's look at this. And let's look at the item, location, scale. That all seems fine. Dimensions. Something feels wrong about where that's being detected by Bevy, though. Let's see if just applying the transforms works. I should not have put that outside of the viewport, is what I should have not done. Also, because they're spawning so far away, they are not actually in the navigation mesh anymore. So let's just make the navigation mesh bigger. Because we're doing a dynamic nav mesh anyway. So our bounds... Our bounds are defined by this mesh that comes from Blender, actually, now that I remember. So if we go to our library, the nav mesh is here. The nav mesh actually has a hole in it that doesn't get propagated or doesn't get retained when we do the dynamic updates. So this is 40 by 40. And our level 2 NPC spawner is at 10.1. That feels like it should be in the right place, honestly. Our little lights are running around, right? I wasn't actually paying attention when we ran this before. That's why I leave the little lights in, because that's how I know that the nav mesh is still working. Unable to find negative corner. This is the nav mesh stuff, I think. No, this is interesting. Okay, this is actually the... Huh. So the way that we're doing mesh sampling is really awkward because Bevy 0.15 has uniform mesh sampling built in. Later. Thanks for hanging out. 0.15 has uniform mesh sampling built in, but 0.14 doesn't. So we make some assumptions about this mesh and what it looks like and how it behaves and the way that this works in general. And we are finding a negative corner. And I don't know why we're finding a negative corner on that, actually. Positions iter find are. Positions is the vertice positions, right? So let me do debug positions, maybe? And we'll just see what we get. We should get 4 corners, so I'm not expecting like a ton of data out of this. The object center is at the scene center out of the object. Let's see. You gotta wait for a customer to spawn, I think. Zero, 0, 10, 5. How can you tell that, by the way? Properties, view, focal length, tool, active item. How do you know that the origin of this is the orange dot? Oh, wait. So you're saying the origin of everything in this scene? Oh, no, that orange dot. Okay, wrong orange dot. Interesting. Okay, I see that. Yeah. Set the object's origin either by moving the data or set the center of data using the 3D cursor. That's not what I... F3 set origin. Set the object's origin by either moving the data or set to center of data or use 3D cursor. I feel like these descriptions don't help me at all. You're saying that's F3 will bring up that menu? F3, unfortunately, on a Mac does not work. It does something else. So I guess we're going to do the menu. Yeah, so geometry to origin. Origin to geometry. Yeah. So theoretically, yeah, okay, there we go. F3 is search of all operators. That feels like something that I should have bound. That shouldn't be... that explains why I've never seen that before. Because I can't hit that key on a Mac. I've got to undo the randomness for these NPCs. It doesn't look like they're coming from the right spot still. So let's see. GLTFs, are we pulling the mesh from a specific ID? Did I hard code this? Spawner, spawners get single. Handle mesh parent with customer NPC spawner. That should be correct. The position for this is now -5, 0.5, 5.5. So that matches -5.5. The Y is -10? Yeah, the Y, yeah. I always get confused about X, Y. Okay, so the Y is -10. Scale. Dimensions Y1. That makes sense. So that's our 0.5. This is our 5. So why is this like in the wrong position? The plane isn't in a different spot, right? The mesh? No. Oop. Spawner mesh, primitive topology, triangle list, yada, yada, yada. Am I using this as the global transform? And this is actually local values. So are we adding the transform to our sampling? RNG, sample, sample interior, new transform, plus equals that. This should be the position, so let's debug that. So together, this should be the center point of the mesh, and this should be the position at which the player is spawning, or the NPC is spawning. So this is 510. Yeah, new transform is 510. That feels roughly correct. But that somehow feels wrong in a scale sense. And then it's supposed to be 3.9 or 3.10 roughly. It feels wrong. It feels, so if this is center of world, right? Origin right here. This is, if I remember correctly, 9 wide, which would make this 5, and then it have to go another 5 to get to 10, which seems right. Let me spawn something else in here as like a measurement tool. So let's do a cube. Let's do 0.5 scale. Let's do nope, not 10 on the Z, 10 on the Y. Tab back into edit. Y 5, -5. Let's move it over 1, 2. So -1. Nope, that is the wrong axis. Get my axis wrong all the time. Okay, so this apply all transforms. Save. And then we should be able to see, yeah, okay, so this is in the wrong spot. Or do I just not see it? You know what? Oh my. You know what I did? I think that this corner, yeah, I think that this corner here, this little gray corner out here is the thing, and it's not. This is working correctly. I am just let's do GZ 0.1. Save. Yeah, that's my bad. Why is that still not showing? Oh, it's a 0 height. That's why. Because I'm, yeah, okay. That's my bad. So 0 height mesh is not going to show up. We have the physics debug stuff on, right? I think this is in the right spot, is kind of what I'm getting at. The plane here, I'm gonna temporarily make a size. Let's go 0.2 on that axis. I feel like this is supposed to be a plane. So I think I probably messed it up by doing that, but yeah. So here's our plane. I guess I might have just messed up the spawning algorithm because we expect that to be a single rect, and it is no longer. But yeah, it is spawning in the right spot. I am just silly, and I thought something was it that was not. That's unfortunate. That's my bad. Whoops. No, I don't think there was actually anything wrong, Xavier. The origin was the issue, for sure. But I spun my wheels a bit on something that was silly. I don't know, because I wasn't paying attention correctly. Whoops. Okay, so there's a drop off here. I, 'Cause, 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 'C Let's do the light then. That was a really that was a really unfortunate set of things. I just spun my wheels for like however long we were doing that. Okay, notification light. Not this. We want the blenvy stuff. Notification light has a visibility hidden with the light. This will be nice because when the required component stuff comes in, then all of this will... Is it possible to modify a material loaded from Blender via blenvy at runtime? I want to change its image texture specifically. Yes. Night, Roberto. Thanks for hanging out. Yes. So if you query for a standard material, which is what it'll be when it comes in from blenvy. You're bad again? Oh, yeah. It's not your bad at all, Xavier. I missed something, and that was on me, you know? Sometimes you miss the comma. Yeah, so query for a standard material, and then change the standard material's image texture. Ryan. Because everything that comes in from... I don't know if there's an example for this inside of the Bevy repo. There's some GLTF loading stuff, right? Load GLTF. 3D directional light, animate light direction. This doesn't show it. I don't know if there's an example that shows how to do this. But you need to basically get the assets for the materials, for the standard material asset collection. And then you can modify that material. So it's res mute assets standard material. And then you need to figure out which one it is. You couldn't find any of them? Like there were none? You have to pass in the handle. So, wait, so you couldn't see how to modify the image on a standard material, or you couldn't find any standard materials? Because those are two different issues. I'll start with the standard material explanation first. So we've got base color and base color texture, right? Oh, so if you can get the material, then you just need to replace like the base color texture or whatever texture you want. Right? So it's like matte.baseColorTexture equals some handle to an image. So I assume you loaded the image somehow, right? And thus you have a handle to it. Use that handle either in base color or whatever else. Yeah. So there's a bunch of things on standard material that are like, you can either supply a value or you can supply a texture. Same thing for like emissive exposure, right? You can do a texture or a weight, or you can do both actually, etc. Yeah, I would use Bevy Asset Loader to load the image too. Or actually, I don't know if yours, I think yours talking about Asset Loader. You can use the asset server as well, but I generally use Bevy Asset Loader. You're actually rendering a camera to the image handle at runtime. Yeah. Cool. That's sick. One of the examples that I want to build out is like a runtime orthographic camera of like a 10 by 10 grid of items, and then have those items be rendered to a texture atlas that you then use inside of a UI to be able to select from a grid of items, and then maybe like a drag and drop into the scene or something. I think that would be really cool. The person who works on like Quill and stuff was doing something like that recently. Maybe it was like a month and a half, 2 months ago at this point. Time is rough. trying to make an in-game screen and trying to assign it to a material defined in Blender. Yeah. So you can put whatever component you want in Blender on, you know, some plane or whatever. And then you can set that image handle or whatever. Cool. Okay, so the light. We have visibility and the light. You know, actually, like, I don't think I want to upgrade to main yet, but it would be very useful. That's recent-ish enough. I don't remember what I said. Okay. Notification light. Both of these need visibility and the light. So let's do a new collection. And we'll call this activity light. And inside of this, we'll do point light, right? If I can remember where point lights are. So point light there. And then, actually, this activity light could be, yeah. This activity light is going to be a blueprint. Let's go make it a blueprint. Let's get rid of these things that we don't want to see. This washing machine. Can zoom in a little bit. If I can learn how to control Blender, that would be great. Okay, then we need new collection. We'll make this activity light. And then here we'll add a UV sphere. Yeah, let's do a UV sphere. And then we'll add a point light. I forget what values we used on the point light. So let's go check 1,000 watts. Library point. 1,000 watts. Save that. Both of these things need the components, so we'll do not collider constructor, but the light, which is terribly named. So excuse me for that. And then what did we need on top of the light? The visibility. Which we need to default to hidden. Which I guess we could raise these both onto the root. But that's not the way I had it done. So I'm just going to copy it for a second. Level 2, we will insert. I need to start naming some of these things. We will insert, how do I do this? I forget this every time. Add instance activity light blueprint. Let's do that. Let's just make it gigantic, I guess, and see if it turns on or not. And then we can always move it to a different location. I also should probably start setting up the dynamic stuff at some point. Okay, so the sphere shows up when there's a customer ready, which is great. That's exactly what we wanted. We do need a material here. The material on level 1 was what? Activity light material. I guess we just reuse that, right? Add a material slot. Activity light material. There we go. Save that. And wait for a customer to come in. I feel like these little vending machines should be like... It's interesting that that didn't quite have the same effect. I think that's because of the size of it and the radius. What do we have for the radius on this point light? 0. Soft fall off. I think that's all fine. So in the library, we could make this smaller in the library. But I think in the level, we can just do... Wait, why is that 0.2? That's not what I want. Where's the... There it is. That's what I want. So let's get rid of this because that's not what we want. And then this, we want to grab. Let's do, I don't know, -5 on the Z. No, on the Y. Let's do -1. Maybe -2 on the other axis, and then scale this for 0.0, or not 0.1, 0.2. And then we need to bring it up a little bit. Sear shows up but not the light, or maybe it does, but I can't see it. Yeah, the light is there. I think the issue with the issue with the sphere, the size that it was completely encapsulating the light. Because I don't think that the scaling applies to the radius of the light. So if you make the mesh of the sphere too big, then it doesn't look like the light is going through it, if that makes sense. But you can see that the light is in fact there when we do it this way. I also don't know that the way we currently have it, where you run up and like collect stuff, is exactly the best way to be handling all of this, but that's fine. We're kind of just testing to see if we can rebuild a scene using the mechanics that we've already implemented. So sensor, constructor, player received from customer location. Nothing on the mesh. So this is going to be a... Where do we want to receive from? The other question in my head, I think it's just a sensor. So I think we can do a cube here. And I want to do a cube because I have an idea for doing not a physical thing that you can see that is opaque, but like a lightish kind of thing. So maybe a custom shader kind of vibe. So let's make this a little bit smaller. And I think that's fine. And then we will Z 0.5. Yep. And then we will move this on the X, on the Y, on the... I can never remember. Moving between the two coordinate systems is not my favorite. So we'll stick this like a little bit in front. Player's item pickup location, I'll call that for a second. And then we need a couple of different components. We need player received from customer location. We need sensor. And just working with this after seeing the required components go in makes me so happy that required components made it in, because this will be semantic components rather than implementation details, which is what we're dealing with right now. I'm very excited about that. What else do we need? We needed a collider, right? Collider constructor. And this needs to be a cuboid with a, what are we at here? Location, rotation, scale, 111. So this is all 0.5. Is that correct? I can never remember whether those are half spaces or half lengths or not. Okay, so now we have a cube there. So theoretically, we have the inventory, right? So if I walk through this and I check my inventory, then I've done a pickup. So all of our components work, which is great. I want that cube in the future to not actually be there and to just have like a square light sphere, like bottom to top shader that does sort of like ethereal light as the location identifier. What are we doing here? So now we need to be able to spawn the grid, which we can already do. We can walk over here and put stuff in. Put it into the vending machine, which is clearly a washing machine. That should finish in a second if everything has gone correctly. It did. Pick it back up, drop it back off, and they leave. So everything works. It's not the most fun level, but we've proven that we can actually create a whole new level with however we want things to do, and it will all work. So now I get to do a little bit of thinking about how this should actually behave, and then I get to also do a little bit of art and stuff, which I'm very excited about. We aren't doing any kind of like points or cash or anything like that. We don't have any there's a lot that could go in here. I'm trying to avoid doing too much. I think that the biggest, most important thing is to get some artwork in here over the next week or two. To get a new character or so, to get like something that looks like it should be put together and it's not just a bunch of blocks. I don't know that the mechanics that we have are particularly fun, is something that I'll say. So like pick up from here, drop off. We don't have any way for you to like upgrade these machines. We don't have any of the like little Among Us tasks that I want to put in. We can do the absolute most basic loop ever, which is pick up, process, wait, pick up, drop off. So I need to do some real thinking about what the mechanics should actually be, which honestly probably should have done a long time ago, but that's fine. Overall, generally happy with where we are right now. It is very early. There's a lot of debug and no art and everything, but functionality wise, not too upset about where we are. I do think that moving forward, items should probably be their own entities because otherwise, I don't know how we're gonna like theoretically, you could dump them out of your inventory, right? So we're holding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 things right now. Those would all need icons and little snippets and whatever. And then I should be able to eject them from my inventory, which we can't currently do. And if you eject them from your inventory, they should just dump onto the floor. And then do things like get dirty, right? Like if you put them on the floor, they should get dirty. If you put them on like, I don't know, a clean table or something, maybe they stay clean, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so this all works. We need to fix depth of field. Depth of field is like way too intense. Assets, blueprints. Camera, DOF, focal distance, f-stop, sensor height. So focal distance gets changed to be exactly where the player is. F-stops is probably what we want to mess with. Depth of field. So focal distance here is 169 now because that's where the player is. F-stops. If we set this too high, it's not really even usable, or it's not like, it doesn't have any effect. I don't know that we actually want it to be in here. 0.1, so 1 over 10 would be 0.1. As much as I like the idea of having depth of field, I'm not sure that it actually makes sense to have in this game. Maybe we do this shader next. That would be fun to do. So if we're going to do that shader, let me first get rid of the debug here for positions. And then we're probably going to need a label for this and a material. So let's start with lib, I guess. And we'll do mod. I guess we could do materials. Like custom materials or something like that. Make that, go to custom, not customer NPC, custom materials. And then I don't know what I want to do with this, so maybe we just put everything in here for now. Don't over optimize early. We'll do pub struct. This is how we'll do our custom materials. We will do this app here. This will be where we'll register materials. We do need to set this up inside of lib, where we add our plugins. We do wash cycle stuff down at the bottom, so I'll put it here. Custom materials. And then we get to work just in custom materials now. So the first thing I want to do is grab the shader example for a material, and I'm just going to dump it in. There is some of the things in here I don't actually want, but it does give us a good start. So we need these things for as bind group. So actually I'll take this and I'll drop it in up there because we'll keep all of that. The shader asset path is not going to be correct. I also don't love the idea of like sticking this in a const here, but that's fine. So let's do, this is assets. Let's make a new folder in assets. I guess we just call it shaders, or maybe we call it custom materials. And then here we can do, I probably want subfolders here. I don't know, I'm trying to think about it. I probably don't have that many shaders. So maybe I do like customer pickup or like item pickup. WGSL. So this will be custom or shaders, item pickup, WGSL. I don't want this const. I don't know why we put those up at the top. Because yes, it does depend on a file, but I expect that path to be here, not some random place in the file. Right, like when I'm writing code, I never put this in a const. I always write this directly into the material because that's where it's supposed to be. Or that's like, not where it's supposed to be, but like, that's where it makes the most sense to look for it. So this is going to be, what do we call this? Item pickup material. I guess we get alpha mode there. Color, we're going to keep, I don't think we're going to have a color texture, but we'll keep it for a moment. Better to just hang on to it for a second. We'll get rid of this main because we don't need it. This is add plugins with our material plugin. And then setup is not relevant for us. Although I will pull these two things out because we will need them at some point. Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, this needs to be a standard material extension. Maybe. Editing a standard material is easy. I'm trying to think about how these get pulled in. So let's just run this for a second. Oh, that's the wrong app. That's my low poly terrain demo. Cargo run. Offhand, I want to player item pickup location is what I think this is going to come in as. Is that error related to our shader? Yes. Rust Adventure Assets Shader item pickup.wgsl. Did I not name it that? Item pickup.wgsl. That's in custom materials. It's not in shaders. Because I could easily see having like a compute shader or something in here too. So. Okay, cool. So then we look for this, and inside of our level 2, children, vending machine, cubes, customer NPC spawner, players item pickup location. So this ends up with colliders, blueprint stuff, GLTF extras, GLTF processed, the name, parent, the component that we gave it. This isn't what has the standard material. The standard material is on children. So we've got a handle mesh and a handle standard material. So I think we want to remove this handle standard material and replace it with our own thing. So cube 14, I think, needs to have a component on it. So let's say that there's a where are my blenvy helpers? This also gets cleaned up in 0.15, which is hilarious. Register type. So for this, we're going to do, this is not going to have any data in it, I don't think. I think I'll do this like single component per. I guess it could be an enum, now that I think about it. Because we will have to do, let's do custom material replacement. This will be an enum, not a struct. And then in our enum, we'll do what item pickup. So this will identify the kind of shader that we're going to replace it with. We need to pull in a couple of these things for the implementation. It'll be nice when this is just arrivable. On add. I don't know offhand if a component hook is the way that this is going to work. I think that we're going to want to do the scene instance and then look for these when the scene instance after we spawn them. So I think we can get rid of this hook. This might change in 0.15 as well, thinking about it. Why is reflect not like this? Can we not do reflect like this? Oh, because we don't have component. So custom material replacement, item pickup. We're going to have to register this type. Custom material replacement. That'll put it into our registry so that we can get it in blenvy. We'll be able to look for item pickup. We're probably going to have a system here to do this replacement. So .add systems. Oh, what do we do here? This is going to be update. Replace blenvy materials. So this is going to have to be fn replace blenvy materials, which apparently VS Code doesn't want to autocomplete for me. Sick. Blenvy materials. So when this happens, it's going to be a scene instance event. So I think for 0.14 we're going to have to make this an event reader. Event reader scene instance ready. And then we're going to need children, which will be a query for children. And then we'll do for event in events. Events.read. Event dot, what do we have here? Let's do docs, scene instance ready. I'm really excited for 0.15 at this point because things are actually becoming observers in core after the 0.14 observers release. So we have parent. So event.parent. And it'll be children.iter descendants. So it's a little bit like course, if that makes sense. Returns an iterator of entities over all of entities descendants. So it is children dot iter descendants event dot parent. And I think we want query for we'll do materials standard, query handle standard material. should be a shared reference. In this case, I think we need a mutable reference. I actually don't think we need this. We need this to figure out where the standard materials are, but we don't need this in the sense that when we delete it, we're going to do a commands.entity. So children iter descendants dot filter why is this red? Okay, there we go. Filter child materials standard that get child, right? Is filter the right thing here? Filter map? No. I think just filter. We need the value of the entity. This is probably a result. Why is events an issue here? Because it needs to be mute to actually read. Yep. So for each of the scene instance ready events that come in, which is what the blenvy GLTF are, we'll iterate over all the children of that scene, or of the parent of that scene, actually. Filtering for anything that has a standard material. We also need anything that has the component that we're looking for. So it'll be this component. So it'll actually be this. Custom material replacement with a handle of standard material. So this is materials to replace. And this can be, I guess, filter. I don't want filter map. I still want everything. We'll just unwrap after this. So for entity in this, so for each event, then for every entity that has a material that we want to replace, commands.entity entity dot remove handle standard material. Can we chain this? We don't have commands here. Mute commands being deferred logic that mutates the world and stuff. Can we insert here? We can insert here. So what we'll do here is that assets that we took earlier and kind of just stored for later. This is what we need for our query. This is going to be any number. So this is going to actually end up being like a whole bunch of different materials and stuff long term. And then for this, we will do this. But in general, we probably want to match on materials to replace dot get child dot unwrap. I guess technically we don't need to unwrap this, but like that's only a handle. That's not the right thing. Materials to replace child unwrap dot zero is I think what we want. And then we only have one thing here. So this will be our material. This will be our command to execute. This will be this will go in here if I can type correctly. Need an extra parenthesis. This is not materials. This is materials item pickup. And then this is going to be none for the color texture, because that's just kind of sitting there for no reason. I've got linear RGBA blue, alpha mode blend, color texture none, child, no, this is entity, which we don't need to dereference. So we are using scene instance events to look for any children in those scenes that have standard materials and also that need to be replaced. We are matching on what shader to replace, removing the standard material, and inserting our own handle to our own pickup material or whatever it is. So this should replace on anything that we need. The other thing that probably is useful is doing a guard here for when this will run. Because we don't get scene instance events all the time. So we probably just want to run this whenever we see one. But for now, I'm going to run it in update so that I don't have any like, oops, there was no event kind of mistakes. Okay, so that brings us to needing to write this WGSL file, which we pulled from the shader material in the Bevy examples. So we'll go grab that quickly. Shader material, shaders, custom material, somewhere in here. Custom material.wigsel. Copy. Not a very big shader. Not a very interesting shader in general. This color multiplier we're not going to use. We're also not going to use that texture. So we're going to get rid of these imports. And then this will just return the material color. I think that's fine. I think it'll be blue if that is the case. We do need to run with the registry updated, so we'll write out the registry. That took a while. Okay, so then in here, player item pickup location, we're going to add our new, I don't remember what I called this, custom material replacement. Our custom material replacement is going to be, now because it's an enum, it'll be easy to select. So this is going to be the item pickup material. So now when we run, hopefully that gets us a running application that replaces our materials. And that was the code for all materials ever. So we should just be able to add new materials arbitrarily now. That was not like code just for this one material. It doesn't look like it worked to me. So let's look at the level. Let's see if we have any warnings in terms of other things. Doesn't look like we have warnings. blenvy has a lot of logs. Okay, so players, item pickup location. Cube. Oh, it needs to be on the cube. That's why. Okay. I put it on the wrong thing in blenvy. Right, because the material goes on the cube like this. It still doesn't look like it worked. Hard to tell with all these blenvy logs. These blenvy logs will go away as it stabilizes too. We can also just disable them. So item pickup, cube 14. This still has a standard material on it, which makes me feel like we aren't running this correctly. I do know that the logic changed in 0.15. So let's make sure our scene instance stuff is running at all. Why iterate over all the children if the component is on the mesh and not the parent object? Because I wasn't thinking. I guess if the scene instance is ready, then we don't need to iterate. We only need to query. So we can replace that for sure. I have a sneaking suspicion that the event isn't firing. The system is running. Actually, let me, instead of removing that, I'm going to do info once. So cleaning up, generating, finalizing, doesn't look like, it doesn't look like it fires. You saw one replacing? There it is. Okay, so there's the activity replacing. So we are getting an event. Let me do this. Let me do rust log equals none wash cycle equals info. And now we have our logs. Okay, so replacing, replacing, replacing. Cool. So maybe just our logic with the iterative sentence, which we've already established we don't need. Right? If the component's on the mesh, then we don't need to query down. All we need to do is every time a scene loads, make sure that we are going through anything with this query specifically. So children is no longer necessary. Events still is. So for right, so we'll do materials to replace. We have the entity here. For entity in materials to replace, right? Then we need to shared reference this, grab the entity here. This is material to use. And then we don't need handle Because we don't need handle, I'm going to change that to a filter. Cool. So for entity and material to use, match material to use now. And I'm leaving this very verbose because I don't know what else we're going to have in the future. This could be the same thing for everything. It could look for other components, whatever, whatever. So replacing for this in that, let's cargo run this. And now we have a blue shader on this, which is wonderful. Obviously, it's just blue, which is kind of what I was getting at earlier. It doesn't use any of the standard material stuff. I don't know that we really need it to, but we are successfully replacing these materials. So the question becomes, what kind of shader do we want to write? And I think that, what do I want to do? I want to do like a from the bottom up. A from the bottom up, no top, no bottom, like lightish kind of shader. So I think the easiest way to actually do that is to look at this and to select these faces. And I'm just going to get rid of the top face and the bottom face. And I'll save that. And then we'll start off with a very basic. Why does this say mesh? I guess. I don't want the world position. I want the. What do I want here? I always forget what's in vertex output. It's the 2D mesh. We don't want the 2D mesh. So there's two ways that I use to find things when I need them. One is to just do a Google GitHub search like this and to just look for struct output or whatever. The other is to go in from the top. And that's either, if I'm working in 2D, I'll go in from Bevy Sprite and go down the chain of folders from Bevy Sprite. Or I'll do Bevy PBR and I'll go down the chain of folders from Bevy PBR. In this case, I think it's this vertex output. We do get world position. World position is not really what I want. Although it would work. I don't really want the fragment chord. Let's do return mesh.uv.y times the material color. Which is not what I wanted. I don't think. Let's start off with let color equals this, and then do vec for color.xyz 1.0. Get world from local. I don't really want the world position though. I want the local. I want the local vertices. Which I guess we could set the colors as vertex colors. I don't really want to do that. It's just position. No, I thought frog position was something else. We also need to do backface visibility. You're saying it's in dot. That's what I thought was going to happen, honestly. Color equals mesh position to Y. Color would be that. Yeah. We do need the back faces. mesh position mod 1. Why would that work? I'll do it. But why would this, like, what would this do? Right? I want the Y local of the mesh. The hack would be world position Y. Because the height of this cube is 1, right? And then this would be our alpha value, and this would be material color. 1 minus this actually would be our alpha value. One minus 0 to 1 should be it, right? Why am I blanking on this? It's late in the stream to be messing with stuff, I guess. Oh, because this is .xyz, right? Am I not seeing the warnings for this shader? I feel like I'm messing up repeatedly the like XYZ kind of stuff. And I feel like I'm not seeing the warnings for it that I would have expected to see. So this is the hack. We can like bump this up as well. And then we need specialize. And the specialize I always forget which way to do this. Descriptor. In the standard material, this is just on the standard material, not primitive. What is fragment state again? Shader defs, entry point, handle shader. Wireframe 2D, renderer pipeline, yada yada. I need to access the cull, and I forget exactly what the incantation is for that. Cull mode, cull mode, cull mode, cull mode, cull mode. I need to cull mode and specialize. Why is that? Front face. Cull mode. This is just the label. There we go. I guess primitive is an option now. Didn't used to be. I don't want the label part of that. I just want the primitive. And then this has to be okay. Why did I think primitive was an option? I feel like I'm getting to the end of my brain power on stream. Anyway. Ever get that feeling of like code you've written before and you know you've written, but you can't remember how to exactly do? So now we have the back faces visible because we're not culling the back faces anymore. So now we have a 0 to top kind of like thing that can show up when it's ready to be picked up. So instead of this activity light, we could set that visibility on this pickup location. I feel like there's other things that I want to do to this shader. Like instead of having it going from 0 to 1 linearly across the position. I want it to be, how do I say this? I want it to be a different easing. So 1 minus position is the one minus. So that'll give us 1 at the bottom, 0 at the top. And what I want is maybe something that cuts off a little earlier. I also want to do some noise in that. So maybe we do the noise first so that we can actually see it. And I can do that from the same repo that I just got my cull mode from. Libs, shader utils, source, shaders. What do we do? Simplex 3D. And then we can just dump this in here. So this is just simplex 3D noise. I don't think we actually want 3D now that I think about it. I think we want 2D. X and Z. I guess we don't. We do want 3D. We want X, Y, and Z to be affecting it. So let's do simplex noise 3D, which is the function name, and then mesh dot world position dot xyz as the input. I think that works. Yeah. So this is the Y alpha, and this is the noise value. So Y alpha times noise. Oh, right, because we get a negative number out of simplex noise. I always forget that. So simplex noise plus 1 over 2 is really what we want. Because we want a 0 to 1 value. We don't want negative 1 to 1. And then we can futz with the scaling here. So the scaling on this is XYZ. Maybe we want something a little bit like just absolutely jack this up to 100. Gamma to change the rate of transparency. Is that the name of the function, gamma? That's a little bit more noisy than I want it to be, I think. But the other thing that I do want to do is import Bevy, PBR. It's not just globals. I always forget what this one is too. I don't think it's mesh view bindings anymore. That doesn't sound right. I think that code needs to be updated. Globals, WGSL. I guess it is mesh view bindings. I feel like those run differently fairly often. Okay, mesh view bindings, globals, simplex noise times 10 times globals.time. And this is just kind of like a little bit different than what I want it to be, really. I think I want sine of time. We're kind of getting into like the what do you actually want it to look like kind of vibe. I don't want it to go back and forth like that. I think I just want it to go up. So I think I'll do this. Vec3 on 1 globals time 1. And then we'll just have it going up, basically. Or I guess down. And I want this to just be scanning. So I guess it's plus simplex noise. I think it is plus. And I think I want it to move maybe a little bit faster. So now we have a little thing here that looks a little bit like some light. Still some work to do on it, obviously, but not awful either. Gamma is color effect. The function is POW, same thing. Yeah, okay. So you're saying like POW on the alpha? Spec, POW. If the alpha is between 0 and 1, multiplying it by itself, POW2 will make it transparent more quickly. Yeah, so POW, I feel like I'm not seeing, interestingly, oh, you know why I'm not seeing? Because I have the freaking logs turned off. I'm sitting here going, why am I not seeing the like issues when I type like POW like this and it's not the right arguments? I'm not seeing this because I turned those logs off. That's my own dang fault. E1 raised to the power E2. Is there a straightforward function for that? I feel like that would be common enough to have its own. exp2. So now we have a shader here that is kind of a little intense for what it is. I think it needs to move a little bit slower. Maybe the noise needs to be larger is all. If the noise needs to be larger, then I can just take that times 10 off the noise. It's looking a little intense still because the time is moving a little bit fast. Still a little bit fast for my liking. I want something a little bit slower. You know what? I don't know why I keep doing this and canceling it. That does look nicer. That looks more like what I want. But you see that we can actually... I don't know why I was stopping the program and restarting it, because we can totally do whatever we want here. Yeah, so something a little bit more like that. Little slow moving, little noisy, little coming from the bottom, kind of cut off. We see the back faces. It's kind of like on the ground so you can visualize that location. I think I like that in general. So a little stumbly towards the end of stream here, but works just fine. Sometimes I forget code that I've already written, especially like this. Let's get the debug. Oh, we need to change the debugs or change the colliders on the NPCs at some point. Let's turn the physics colliders off, which I think is in the game scene. And take a look at this. So I think the other thing that I want to do to this is only have that show up when there's a customer ready to go. So let's do that as well before we end here. I think that that would be just as easy. So let's do N here. This will be the light, right? And then this will be visibility. I can hear my stomach getting hungry too. And we save that. And that means that whenever there's somebody here ready to go, we get our stuff. And then more people come through and this will show up again. And then I like that way better than the light, honestly. I like the little target it. So I think I'm just going to get rid of those spheres entirely. So if I go pick up, then I get to take the stuff, and then there's like, I guess another customer has to come in at some point. Just a a real indication that nice. So whenever a customer comes in, that shows up. We take the stuff, it goes away, it shows up. We take the stuff, it goes away. I like that a lot better than the light. And now we've inserted like a custom shader onto an object that we have identified from Blender, labeled using blenvy. So now we can do whatever we want with any shaders for anything, because this is very generic, right? Like the way that we wrote that code, if I go back to custom materials, the way we wrote this code is very much like this: replace blenvy materials is the only function we really need to update. I probably want to guard this to only run when those events come in, which we can do in a second. But basically, match on material to use. If it's item pickup, insert this material, etc., etc. I guess we could use this for like modifying any of the standard materials as well, if there was some kind of like scrolling texture we wanted to use, but otherwise use PBR stuff. So this is just going to get longer and longer in terms of this match. And then the only thing we need to do is have this enum expanded. And we basically, to add a new material, we create a new material, we expand this enum, and then we insert it in this function. And we can replace any material in our Blender or in our Blender scene with an arbitrary shader. So the other thing that I want to do before we end here is on event. And this will be run if on event scene instance ready. And this should work just fine. Nice. I guess they should move to a different spot if they're waiting for all their stuff, right? I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. I think there's plenty of stuff to do. But at least now that I have some of this ready, I'm definitely going to have to go back and pour over your code a little bit more closely, since this is very similar to the thing I'm trying to do with my in-game camera screen texture. Oh yeah, with the blenvy stuff. So this is, I guess I'll cover it one more time since that's the case. The big thing here is we have to define our material. That's totally regular. That is exactly as you find it in the Bevy examples. So like the material, custom material Bevy example. For us, we've defined an enum, and we've registered the type, so it goes into our blenvy registry. And that is just an identifier for each of the materials that we want to replace. Then in blenvy, on our mesh, we have item pickup. So we have this custom material replacement enum, which means that anytime a scene instance is ready, so anytime we spawn something from blenvy, either a level or a blueprint, this replaced blenvy materials will run. Here we have an event reader for the scene instance ready events, a query for the materials that we want to replace, including that enum that we were just looking at, which is a component, and the standard material handle. And then we also have the assets database for the new materials that we're going to create. So we go through each of the events. For each of the materials that we want to replace, we have the entity ID and the material that we're going to replace it with. So we remove the handle to the standard material, and then we insert our material, and that's it. So it's actually not that much when you think about it. For us, for this material, I also set the cull mode to none so that we can see the back faces on that cube, because otherwise we only see the front. Yeah. I'm trying to get started in the shaders. You made it look easy enough for me. Hopefully I won't regret thinking it's easy enough. I think if you just start with the, if you start with the Bevy examples, right? If you start with the shaders and you start with the, like just a very simple WGSL file. I think I still have that up somewhere in here. Yeah. No, that's the cube material. That's the forward IO. Shader material, shader custom material is somewhere in here. Oh, this is the Rust files. That's why I'm not finding a WGSL script. So in shaders, you'll see custom material here. And then from here on out, it's basically going to be like, what values do I have available? What can I use? Like, I know that globals exists, right? For the time scrolling that we did. If you don't know that, it's hard to know that that exists. So that'll be the thing that you kind of run into. There's a very lack of like shader educational material out there. I want to contribute to fix that a little bit more. So definitely if you do it and you find yourself like getting stuck, let me know. And that will be fodder for more videos and stuff for me. But yeah, if you just set it up, you just dump this custom material in, you apply it to some random cube or something, then it's really easy to get started. It is a little bit frustrating with the amount of knowledge that is out there. Because like, how do you know how to run texture sample if you don't see it first? Which is really unfortunate. There are a decent amount of examples in here for doing different things. There's even like a water shader in here. But yeah. The thing you want to improve on uses Bevy pipeline a lot. Yeah. Render pipelines? Yeah. If you want to get into doing more custom stuff, there's also examples in here for more custom stuff. What is the right one for that? It's not going to be... custom UI, custom phase item. So there's some of like, so the material API is like the top level, right? It's the most high level thing that you can do. That's what I was just showing off. There's also like medium level or like intermediate level APIs. So this is a custom phase item. It goes with the custom phase item example. There's a couple of other things that also exist in these examples. So definitely what I would do is I would take a look at these. Even things like animate shader, which inherently is not terribly complicated as an example, but from the beginning, you'll start seeing how these things fit together and what you can actually do inside of the shaders. Extended materials, also very interesting. Bevy has this PBR pipeline with standard material, and you can extend that with your own code, which will also start getting you into actually using some of the WGSL functions that are around, and vertex and fragment shaders, and how to pass data into your own shader, things like that. What else is in here? Yeah, storage buffers and stuff. The storage buffer stuff just got a real big update, which is really cool. But that's still on main. That's not in a release yet, et cetera, et cetera. I think shaders are really cool. Again, if you get stuck on stuff, let me know. I am happy to make videos on shader stuff. I think that that is a thing that is lacking in general. And a lot of the stuff on the internet is just like, click this, click that, click this checkbox, a shader. So I would like to go a little deeper than that. But yeah, I think that's it for today. So thanks everyone for hanging out, and I'm pretty happy with what we got done. You're on shaders right now on your project? Nice. Yeah, the hot pink chroma keying. Yeah. I remember that.
Cool. I think I'm going to call it there. Thanks everyone for hanging out. And we'll be back next week.